Welcome to the second Base Set Invitational. 233 decks, 5 allowed sets, 1 champion. This is the biggest field we have ever seen at this event.
Bigger, better, and somehow even more stall decks than last time. I'm Ken, I'm losing my mind, and I am here for all of it.
I'm Chris. The allowed sets this tournament: Base Set, Jungle, Fossil, Base Set 2, and the Wizards Black Star promos. A full cross-set field.
Which means we've got everything. Blastoise, Hitmonchan, Mr. Mime, Lapras, Licky Tongue. The whole Rogues Gallery is present and accounted for.
Let's break down the archetypes. Stall is the most represented strategy in this field, followed closely by aggro, control, and balance builds.
Stall, stall. Do you know how many stall decks are in this thing? Nearly a quarter of the field just wants to run your deck out of cards. Honestly, iconic.
Haymaker remains the flagship aggro strategy. Hitmonchan, Scyther, Electabuzz. Fast damage, low setup, and a punishing opener in the right matchup.
Haymaker is the people's deck. Always has been. The question is whether it can hang with 6 stall decks in the top 8. Spoiler! It's in the top 8.
And then there is Red, Blastoise Rain Dance Control. 4th seed entering the bracket, a player who builds around 1 card and makes it work every single time.
Red always brings the Blastoise. Get this man a new deck. I'm kidding. I'm not kidding. That Rain Dance setup is genuinely terrifying when it gets going.
3rd seed is Tara, playing Eevee, an adaptive strategy that shifts types mid-match based on the board state. Her record: 205 wins, 27 losses.
Tara is an absolute menace. You think you know what she's running, and then she evolves into something completely different. I love watching her play.
Koda Silkweaver enters at rank 11 with a butt-ear free grass build. A strong finish, but not enough to crack the top 8.
Koda so close! 190 wins! Grass decks got absolutely stonewalled by the stall matchups in the back half of the round robin. The meta was not kind.
Buzz Shockerfield, running Electabuzz, Buzz Lightning Aggro, finished 36th, an aggressive strategy that ran into too many unfavorable stall matchups.
Buzz hit a wall of Snorlax and Licky Tongue and just stopped. That lightning aggro needs a clean lane, and this meta did not provide one.
Luna Tidescale's Drew Teeny water-balanced experiment finished 146th. The Dragon Stall concept did not perform as hoped against an established meta.
Luna tried something ambitious, and we respect that. Drew Teeny into drag, Unair as a stall engine is a great idea on paper. The field did not agree.
Salem Graves' Gengar Psychic Control finished 190th. The Psychic Toolbox struggled to find enough consistent answers in a meta dominated by normal types.
Salem ran into Rootot is immune to Psychic. Gengar's entire plan collapsed. That is a genuinely tragic matchup, and I feel for him.
Mr. Mime stall is also worth flagging. Mime prevents bench damage entirely with Invisible Wall. In a meta full of snipers, that body is a fortress.
And Lapras is always lurking. Great HP, water gun scales hard, and it survives long enough to deck out anyone who tries to outstall it.
233 decks competed. The top 8 are set. 6 of them are stall strategies. This meta has a very clear message, and that message is: do not attack.
6 stall decks in the top 8. 6! I predicted at least 4. That is close enough to count, and I will be noting that in the record books.
Let's look at the full round-robin standings. 27,028 total games played across 233 decks. Every deck faced every other deck once.
27,000 games. I watched all of them. I did not, but Rattata stall did, and it won 201 of them. Someone tell me how.
Rattata stall finished first overall at 211 wins and 21 losses. That is the best record in this field by 5 wins. The stall engine ran nearly flawlessly.
Rootot U is the MVP, and I will not be taking questions. Immunity to Psychic, Tail Sting for paralysis, Scoop Up to reset. It is an airtight plan.
Zubat stall came in second at 206.26, another pure stall archetype. The top 2 seeds are both running the same core strategy with different Pokemon.
Zubat stall sneaking into the 2 seed is wild. Zubat, the one that evolves into Golbat and does almost nothing for 7 turns. And it works!
Tara finishes third at 205.27. The Evolution build showed remarkable versatility across matchups, placing her as the highest ranked named player.
Tara at third! Third, best human player in the field. Her evolution tech kept adapting. She found answers to stall. She found answers to aggro. Just impressive.
Red finishes fourth at 210 staten chess, chi status satter thier, 28. The Blastoise Rain Dance strategy was among the most consistent non-stall builds in the entire tournament.
Red at 4. I said he'd make the top 8, and I was right. Add that to my prediction tally. He just needed one more win in a few key matchups.
5th and 6th are Drowsy Stall 02 and Mr. Mime Stall, both at 232. 7th is Lapras Stall at 199.33, and Haymaker rounds out the 8 at 199.33.
6 of the top 8 are stall decks. Haymaker is the only pure aggro strategy to survive. That lone wolf energy is incredible. I respect it deeply.
Just outside the top 8, Hot Water at 9th with 195 wins. Koda Silkweavers, but your free grass build finished 11th at 190.42, so close to a bracket spot.
Koda, 190 wins! One bad run of stall matchups cost him everything, but your free sleep flip variants in those long games just did not cooperate.
Buzz Shockerfield finished 36th at 158.74. The Electabuzz Buzz Aggro build ran into heavy resistance in the stall-dense middle and upper portions of the field.
Buzz took his lightning deck into the most stall-heavy meta we've ever seen. That man deserves a trophy just for trying. It did not go well.
Lunatide Scales Drutini Water Experiment placed 146th at 104.128. The Dragon archetype remains experimental and fell short against established strategies.
Luna lands below 500. I feel terrible saying it, but Drutini is just not there yet. Dragon decks need more support before they can compete at this level.
Salem Graves placed 190th at 80.152. The Gengar Psychic Control build suffered heavily from the Rutat matchup, which is a hard counter due to immunity.
Salem sat across from Rutat so many times. Gengar cannot touch it, cannot even scratch it. That matchup is a nightmare, and the meta was full of it.
The meta story of this round robin is stall dominance. Of the top 10 finishers, 7 are stall or stall-adjacent builds. The format rewards endurance.
Aggro players, I am begging you, bring more gust of wind, bring scoop up counters, bring something that punishes a licky tongue sitting on the bench, please.
The top 8 is set. Let's look at the bracket. 4 quarterfinal matchups, and there is a lot to break down here.
I have studied this bracket for 12 minutes. I have opinions, I have predictions, some of them will be correct, and I will remind you of those ones.
QF1, Rattata Stall, the 1 seed, versus Haymaker, the 8 seed. The top stall deck in the field against the only pure aggro build to make the top 8.
Rutat Ustall wins this one easy. Haymaker's damage gets slowed down by paralysis, then they deck out. I'm calling it 2-0 for the stall deck. Lock it in.
QF2, Red, 4th seed, faces Drowsy Stall 02, the 5th seed. Blastoise, Rain Dance versus a Drowsy Stall engine. Control versus attrition.
Red wins this! Blastoise pumps out too much water damage too fast for a Drowsy Stall to absorb. Rain Dance just overwhelms the engine. 2-0 Red.
QF3 is the one to watch. 2nd seed Zubat Stall faces 7th seed Lapras Stall. 2 stall builds, different cores, and a 7 versus 2 seed gap.
Zubat Stall wins this. It has to, right? 2nd seed, 206 wins. Lapras does not have the record to compete with that. I am calling 2-0 Zubat Stall.
Lapras Stall did finish 199-33. That is a legitimate record. And stall mirrors often come down to specific tech cards and a few key coin flips.
You're trying to make me nervous. It won't work. Zubat has a 5-win advantage in the standings. That does not disappear in a best of 3.
QF4, Terra, 3rd seed versus Mr. Mime Stall, 6th seed. Terra's evolution adaptability against Mr. Mime's invisible wall passive protection.
Tara finds a way. She always finds a way. Mr. Mime blocks bench damage, sure, but Tara will just evolve into whatever bypasses that. My call. Tara 2-1.
Mr. Mime's invisible wall is a significant passive. It prevents all damage to the bench from attacks. Terra will need to win through the active position only.
Persian! Persian is how she does it. Tara pops a Persian out of nowhere and starts racking up deck out pressure while Mr. Mime sits there looking smug.
Looking at the bracket as a whole, if the seeds hold, we get Rattata versus Red in SF1 and Tara versus Zubat Stall in SF2. That is a compelling semifinal slate.
Red versus Rattata Stall in the semis is a great story. Water Control trying to pump enough damage through before the stall locks the game up. I love it.
The QF3 upset potential remains the wild card. If Lapras Stall takes out the 2 seed, the bracket opens up considerably on that side.
It won't happen. But if it did, and I'm not saying it will, Lapras reaching the semis against Terra would be absolutely chaotic, and I would love every second.
Predictions on the eventual champion, Ken.
Rutat U-Stall wins it all. That record speaks for itself. 211 wins. It is the best deck in this field, and I expect it to prove that in the bracket. Final answer.
I will note that Ken has made 6 different champion predictions across 6 different recent tournaments. Eventually, the record will speak for itself.
And this time, I am right. Quarterfinals are set. Let's play some Pokemon.
The quarterfinals are here, and we are kicking things off with a fascinating clash of philosophies. Seed 1 against Seed 8.
Philosophies! Chris, one of these decks has Rutat in it. The other has Hitmonchan. This is not philosophy. This is a horror movie.
Seed 1, Rattata, 201 wins, 21 losses in the round robin. The top record in this entire field by 10 games. A pure stall archetype built around fighting type tanks, healing loops, and outlasting the opponent through deck depletion. The core Pokemon, Nyx as the damage sponge, Snorlax as a disposable fighting weak blocker, Lick-Eye Tongue for status disruption via Tongue Wrap, Rhyhorn and Rhydon as backup walls, 17 fighting energy supported by 4 energy retrieval, and 2 recycle, keeps the engine looping.
And they run Rutat, 2 copies. Do you want to know how much damage Rutat, deals? 0. It does 0 damage. Tail Whap is a coin flip for 10. They are running Rutat, as a stall piece. I respect the delusion.
Rutatu's Tail Whap can paralyze on a heads, which buys a turn of stall. The real power here is the healing engine. 4 Pokemon Center, 3 Super Potion, 3 Scoop Up, 4 Mr. Fuji. That is 10 healing or reset plays across 60 cards.
Now, Seed 8, Haymaker, 4 Hitmonchan, 3 Electabuzz, 3 Seether, plus power, energy removal, computer search, Bill, Professor Oak. This is a real deck. This is a deck that ends games.
Haymaker finished 199.33, seeded 8th. The archetype is defined by low energy, high impact basics. Hitmonchan's Jab costs 1 fighting and hits for 20. Special Punch costs 2 for 40. Electabuzz Thundershock and Thunder Punch swing 30 to 40. This deck is built to close games in under 15 turns.
7 and 8 seeds always upset someone. I'm calling it now. Haymaker wins this. Hitmonchan is super effective against Nyx and Snorlax. Rattata Stall is literally bringing fighting weak Pokemon to a Hitmonchan fight.
That is the critical matchup detail. Nyx is fighting type, meaning Hitmonchan's Jab hits for 40 instead of 20. Snorlax is colorless, also weak to fighting. Rattata Stall's primary walls are both super effective targets for Haymaker's primary attacker.
It is literally the worst possible matchup for this stall deck. Do you know what beats Hitmonchan? Psychic Pokemon. Do you know what Rattata Stall has? Nyx, Snorlax, more rocks.
The head-to-head from the round-robin sample is 1-0 in favor of Rattata Stall. That is a single data point. The aggregated combat stats tell a different story. Haymaker dealt 151,730 total damage this tournament. Rattata Stall dealt 150,700. Nearly identical output, but Haymaker accomplished it in 7,411 turns. Rattata Stall needed 17,036.
Haymaker wins twice as fast. That is not a stylistic difference. That is a biological advantage.
Rattata Stall's path to victory is Deck Out. Force Haymaker to spend resources faster than it can refill, while healing damage faster than Hitmonchan can stack it. If they can slow the game to 40 plus turns, the energy retrieval and recycle loops become meaningful.
If Haymaker plays Bill, Professor Oak, Computer Search. They draw fast. They refill fast. I'm sticking with my prediction. Haymaker takes this. Rattata Stall is going home.
The question is whether Super Energy removal can strip Hitmonchan's energy fast enough to break its rhythm. Rattata runs 3 copies. Haymaker runs 3 energy retrieval, 2 item finder. The resource war may be closer than it looks on paper.
Chris is doing math in his head right now. I can hear the calculator. Doesn't matter. Hitmonchan is going to jab through every rock and sleeping rodent on that bench. Let's play. Game 3. Rattata stall 1 game 2 to force this. I am shaken. Ken's prediction. Still Haymaker. Always Haymaker.
Game 3 of 3. Rattata Stall won Game 1 by deck out, lost Game 2 when Haymaker cleared the board. This deciding game is everything. Whoever controls the prize race in the first 20 turns likely wins. Rattata Stall mulligans twice to open. No basic Pokemon in the first 2 hands, already giving Haymaker 2 free cards to start the game.
2 mulligans. Haymaker draws Switch and Electabuzz off those. That is beautiful. The Stall deck is funding its own destruction.
Rattata Stall opens with A Nix active, Snorlax on the bench. Haymaker answers with Electabuzz active, Scyther, and a second Electabuzz on the bench. Haymaker's bench is stacked from turn 0. Turn 2. Haymaker opens with Computer Search, discarding Switch and Item Finder to grab Lightning Energy, immediately powering Electabuzz. The resource commitment is aggressive this early.
Electabuzz fires Thundershock into Onix. Coin flip. Tails? No paralysis. Just 10 damage. Onix has 80 HP left. Starting to think Haymaker needs better dice.
Rattata Stall responds on turn 3 by playing Recycle twice. Both coin flips landing heads. They are recovering discarded resources before the game has even started. Disciplined.
Turn 6, and Haymaker drops Hitmonchan, a second Scyther, and a second Hitmonchan in 1 turn after Professor Oak and 2 Bills. The bench is now a full army. Rattata Stall has Onix and Snorlax. Classic asymmetry.
Turn 7. Rattata Stall finally swings. Nix uses Rock Throw into Electabuzz. Rock is super effective against lightning. 20 damage drops Electabuzz to 50 HP. Rattata Stall found its target.
Haymaker retreats the damaged Electabuzz on turn 8 rather than let it get finished off. Smart. Hitmonchan is coming in, and Hitmonchan does not care about type disadvantage.
Turn 10. Hitmonchan with plus power. Jab into Onix. 30 damage total, including the plus power bonus. Onix is sitting at 60 HP. That is 1 more jab away from a KO.
Turn 12, jab again, 20 more. Nix at 40 HP. Rattata Stall is not attacking back. They are just taking hits and waiting. Is this the strategy? Getting punched until you win?
Turn 15. Rattata Stall plays Scoop Up on Onix, pulling it off the field before the KO lands. They reset the damage. Then they bench a fresh Onix and a second Snorlax. This is the healing loop in action.
Turn 16. Haymaker computer searches for double colorless energy and slams jab into Snorlax. Super effective. 40 damage. Snorlax to 50 HP. Haymaker found the softer target.
Turn 17. Rattata fires back with super energy removal, stripping energy off Hitmonchan. That buys at least one turn of no attack. The disruption engine is finally online.
Turn 20. Hitmonchan jabs Snorlax for 40. Super effective. Snorlax has minus 30 HP. First KO of game 3. Haymaker takes a prize. 5 to go. Rattata still on 6.
Haymaker takes prize 1. Score now 5 prizes remaining to Rattata 6. The stall deck absorbed 20 full turns without conceding a KO. That is notable, but now the clock is ticking. Turn 26. Haymaker plays Gust of Wind, forcing Rattata to switch in a damaged Pokemon. Snorlax is dragged active. Hitmonchan jabs for 40, Snorlax to 50 HP. The forced pivot breaks Rattata's rotation.
Gust of Wind! Gust of Wind! Rattata just had their most damaged Pokemon teleported to the front of the line. That is cruelty. I love it.
Turn 29. Rattata evolves Rhyhorn into Rhydon. That is a 100 HP fighting type wall with no weakness to fighting. The first Pokemon on the board that Hitmonchan cannot one-shot with plus power.
Rhydon! Okay, I respect it. 100 HP, but Hitmonchan's special punch is still 40. That wall will fall. It will just take 3 turns instead of 2.
Turn 32. Haymaker computer searches for double colorless energy and switches to special punch. 80 damage into Snorlax. Super effective. One shot. Snorlax is gone.
KO number 2. Hitmonchan special punch for 80 erases. Snorlax from existence. Haymaker is now at 4 prizes remaining. Rattata still has not taken a single prize. This is grim.
Turn 33. Rattata plays super energy removal again, stripping Hitmonchan's energy. Then immediately, energy retrieval to rebuild their own supply. They are fighting back on the resource axis, refusing to attack.
Another gust of wind on turn 42. Haymaker is just repeatedly dragging Rattata Stall's worst Pokemon forward and punching them. Snorlax gets hit for 40 again. I feel bad for the Snorlax. Just kidding, I do not.
Turn 44. Plus power plus jab equals 60 damage into Snorlax. Super effective. Third KO for Haymaker. They are now at 3 prizes remaining. Rattata Stall, still 0. The prize deficit is 3 to 6.
3 prizes to 6. Haymaker needs 3 more KOs. Rattata Stall needs 6. I am updating my prediction. Not from Haymaker wins, just updating the font. Still Haymaker. In bold.
Turn 46. Haymaker drops Lass, Shuffling Scoop Up, and Professor Oak from Rattata Stall's hand, and Mr. Fuji twice over. That removes 4 of their key healing and recovery cards mid-game. Devastating hand disruption.
Lass, I forgot Haymaker had Lass. 4 healing and recovery cards just evaporated from Rattata Stall's hand. Mr. Fuji is gone. Scoop Up is gone. This is the kill shot.
Turn 51. Haymaker's Gust of Wind pulled Lick-Eye Tongue active. Rattata Stall plays double colorless energy and uses Tongue Wrap. Coin flip, heads. Hitmonchan is paralyzed.
Wait! Hitmonchan is paralyzed. Lickitung just locked down the most dangerous card in the game. What is happening? Rattata Stall is somehow still alive, and now they are actually doing things.
Turn 53. Lick-Eye Tongue uses Tongue Wrap again. Coin flip. Heads again. Hitmonchan paralyzed a second consecutive time. 10 damage drops it to 0. That is a KO.
Lickitung kills Hitmonchan. Lickitung, a licking dinosaur, took out Hitmonchan with back-to-back paralysis. I am betrayed. I am personally betrayed by this coin flip.
Rattata Stall takes its first prize of Game 3. Prize is now 5-3 in favor of Haymaker, but the momentum has shifted. Hitmonchan is in the discard. Haymaker brought in a fresh one and attacked Lick-Eye Tongue down to 10 HP.
Turn 56. Hitmonchan jabs Lickitung for 40. Super effective. KO. Lickitung is dead. Haymaker takes prize 2 and is now at 2 prizes remaining. Rattata Stall still on 5.
Prize count. Haymaker 2 remaining. Rattata Stall 5 remaining. Haymaker is 2 KOs from winning. They have a fresh Hitmonchan active, an Electabuzz on the bench, and Rattata Stall's board is significantly depleted. Turn 59. Rattata Stall evolves Rutat into Rat-E-Kate, a last-ditch offensive threat, though Rat-E-Kate's damage output is minimal. They also play Energy Retrieval and Reattach. The Stall deck is making its final stand.
Rat-E-Kate! They finally evolved Rutat into Rat-E-Kate. Turn 59 of Game 3. We are 59 turns into a deciding quarterfinal, and Rattata Stall is now deploying Rat-E-Kate. This is art.
Nyx uses Rock Throw on turn 59, chipping Hitmonchan to 40 HP. Rattata Stall is still attacking. Haymaker has no cards left in their deck. They cannot draw on their next turn.
Haymaker decks out on turn 60. Rattata Stall wins by deck out. I was wrong. I predicted Haymaker. I was wrong every single time. Licky Tongue paralyzed. Hitmonchan twice. I need a moment.
Rattata Stall advances 2-1. The Stall machine outlasted Haymaker's resource engine across 60 turns of Game 3. 3 KOs to 2 in Haymaker's favor on the scoreboard, but the prize count never closed. Deck depletion wins. Let's look at the numbers. Hitmonchan is the match MVP with 6 KOs and 1,010 total damage across the full 3-game series. The most lethal attack in the match, Hitmonchan's jab, used 28 times for 930 damage and 5 KOs.
Hitmonchan is the MVP, and it's still lost. Do you understand that? The single best performing card in this entire match belongs to the team that went home. That is Rattata Stall's whole thesis right there.
The per-player breakdown. Haymaker dealt 1,320 total damage and took 7 KOs. Rattata Stall dealt just 280 total damage and took only 2 KOs across the entire match. The damage disparity is almost 5-1.
Rattata Stall dealt 280 damage and won. 280 damage! I have seen Hitmonchan do that in 4 turns. Rattata Stall did that over 3 full games, and it was enough.
The win condition was deck out. Haymaker's trainer-heavy draw engine. 48 trainers played across the match versus Rattata Stall's 18, burned through resources faster than they could be replenished.
Haymaker played 48 trainers. Rattata Stall played 18. Haymaker drew aggressively with Bill, Professor Oak, Computer Search. Rattata Stall recycled patiently with Recycle and Energy Retrieval. And the Tortoise won.
The worst Pokemon of the match, Snorlax, belonging to Rattata Stall. 0 KOs, 0 damage dealt, and it was knocked out 4 times across the series. It served entirely as a damage sponge.
Snorlax was knocked out 4 times. It contributed nothing except absorbing hits, and it was part of the strategy. Rattata Stall used Snorlax as a punching bag on purpose. That is unhinged, and I mean that as a compliment.
Rattata Stall applied 5 status conditions. Haymaker applied 0. The Lick IH Tongue Wrap paralysis sequence in Game 3 was the match-turning moment. Without that double paralysis KO on Hitmonchan, the prize race likely closes.
5 statuses to 0. Lick EX Tongue paralyzed. Hitmonchan on back-to-back turns. A 20 HP licking dinosaur ended the run of the most feared attacker in base set. I feel betrayed by that top deck.
Haymaker's key trainer plays 8 energy removals, 7 bills, 7 computer searches, Rattata Stalls, 5 energy retrievals, 3 scoop ups, 3 recycles, 2 completely different resource philosophies, 1 burned fast, 1 burned slow.
131 total turns across 3 games. Rattata Stall ran Haymaker's deck down to 0 cards in Game 3 on turn 60 alone. The Stall deck literally played the game until there was no game left to play. Seed 1 advances.
Rattata Stall advances to the semifinals with a 2-1 victory over Haymaker. The top seed survives a brutal matchup on paper, forcing Game 3 and winning via deck out on turn 60.
I predicted Haymaker. I was wrong. I want that on the record. I predicted it confidently, repeatedly, in front of everyone. And I was wrong. Licky Tongue, a licking dinosaur, beat Hitmonchan twice.
Ken has predicted the winner of every match today. He has been right 0 times.
I am going to make a bold, confident prediction right now. I will be right about the next one. This is a new Ken era, starting now.
The match MVP is Hitmonchan by raw numbers, but the card that decided Game 3 was Lick Eye Tongue. 2 consecutive tongue wrap paralysis on Hitmonchan in turns 51 and 53 generated the only KO Rattata stall needed to shift momentum.
Lick Eye Tongue is the real MVP. I said it. A 90 HP normal type with a licking attack and a coin flip is the most impactful play of this quarterfinal. The card has an adjusted win rate of 62% in this tournament. I should have respected it.
Looking at the updated bracket, Rattata Stall will face the winner of Red versus Drowsy Stall 02 in semifinal 1. If Red comes through, that is a control mirror in philosophy. Blastoise's Rain Dance versus a stall machine.
Red, the methodical water master, Blastoise Rain Dance, unlimited energy attachment, and Rattata Stall wants to outpatience that? I am predicting Red this time, confidently. New Ken, right Ken.
On the opposite side of the bracket, Terra faces Mr. Mime Stall, and Zubat Stall takes on Lapras Stall. Plenty of intrigue still to come in the remaining quarterfinals.
If Lapras Stall can pull off the upset against Zubat Stall, that would be massive. The 7 seed knocking out the 2 seed. This tournament could turn into a patience contest, and I am not patient enough to watch it calmly.
For Haymaker, this elimination hurts. The deck was legitimately dominant in the round robin, 199-33, and outperformed Rattata Stall in every measurable combat metric this series. 7 KOs to 2, 1,320 damage to 280, controlling the prize race through most of Game 3.
Haymaker did everything right and still lost. It won the damage war. It won the KO war. It won the prize war, and it ran out of cards. That is the coldest loss I have seen today.
That is the fundamental tension Rattata Stall exploits. Haymaker's draw engine is also its vulnerability. Bill, Professor Oak, computer search, accelerate the pace of the game until the deck is gone. Rattata Stall patiently waited 60 turns for that to happen.
Seed 1 advances. As the bracket suggests, it should. And yet it did not feel inevitable for a single moment of Game 3. Rattata Stall earns this one. Coming up, Red versus Drowsy Stall 02 highlights, and then semi-final 1.
QF2 is up next, and it is a genuinely intriguing matchup. Seed 4, Red, against Seed 5, Drowsy Stall 02. 2 very different philosophies meeting in the quarterfinals.
Red, a named player. This is the moment, Chris. This is where the tournament gets a heartbeat.
Red finished 4th in the round robin at 204 wins and 28 losses. Control personality, runs Blastoise Rain Dance. The whole plan is to build an overwhelming energy advantage and never let up.
Rain Dance is one of those poke powers that just breaks the game in half. One Blastoise hits the bench and suddenly Red's attaching water energy every single turn. No limit.
The patience required to pilot that strategy is considerable. Squirtle and Wartortle have to survive long enough for Blastoise to arrive. Red plays that waiting game as well as anyone in this field.
Patient? Red is so patient he probably waits for the toast to cool before eating it. That's our guy.
On the other side, Drowsy Stall 02, Seed 5, 200 wins and 32 losses. Built around Psychic Stall, Lick Eye Tongue Paralysis Locks, and a rotating wall of high HP basics. Drowsy and Hypno to soak hits, Snorlax, Nix, Rhyhorn as speed bumps.
That deck is a brick wall with a coin. Tongue wrap into paralysis, bring up a fresh body, repeat until your opponent's clock runs out. Nasty.
The concern for Drowsy Stall 02 is that Rain Dance completely outpaces the stall plan. Energy removal buys time, but if Blastoise gets 2 or 3 water energy attached and starts firing Hydro Pump every turn, the math becomes brutal.
60 damage a turn. That cuts through Snorlax in 2 hits, Nix in 2 hits, Rhyhorn in 2 hits. There is no tank in that deck that survives a healthy Blastoise for long.
Drowsy Stall 02 does have outs. Super energy removal to strip Blastoise naked, Pokemon Center to reset damage, Scoop Up to recycle stall bodies. If they can delay Blastoise's evolution, this could go long.
Could go long! Could! Chris, I've watched this matchup in round robin. Rain Dance does not stall. Red is a surgeon and Drowsy Stall 02 is bringing a band-aid.
Ken, your prediction record coming into this afternoon stands at 0 for 1. Would you like to weigh in on QF2?
I predicted wrong in QF1. Yes, the record is correct, but I was wrong in the right direction. And now, with full knowledge of my failure, I am officially predicting red in 2 games. Clean sweep. The water wave crashes everything.
Noted. Red wins in 2. 0 for 1 becomes the bar. Let's see if Drowsy Stall 02 has any surprises.
No surprises. Red's been here before. He knows what he's doing. This is going to be a clinic. Doduo active for red. So the Blastoise's evolution chain stays safe on the bench early. Classic red. Build in the back, poke from the front.
Onyx leads for Drowsy Stall 02, 90 HP, colorless resistance. A solid early wall. They want to buy time while Drowsy gets set up.
Maintenance turn 1 from Drowsy Stall 02, digging for the right pieces. They know they have to find energy removal before Blastoise shows up.
Red opens with 2 bills in a row. That is textbook Rain Dance setup. He is finding energy and evolution pieces, methodically, without panic. Game 2, Red leads 1-0, and Drowsy Stall 02 needs a win to stay alive.
Energy removal on turn 2. Red is already stripping Drowsy Stall 02's fighting energy off Onyx. He will not let that rock throw get powered up.
Fury attack from Doduo. Coin flips land heads and tails. 10 damage to Onyx. Red is content to chip away while his real plan assembles on the bench.
Red retreats Doduo and sends up Rutot. 0 retreat cost. That is free switching, keeping Doduo healthy for later. Efficient.
Rock throw lands. Rutat takes 20 and is now super effective into a 20 HP window. Red is going to need to manage this carefully.
Super energy removal. Red pulls both fighting energy off Onyx in one shot. That's the kill switch on Rock Throw. Onyx is now a 90 HP punching bag with no attack.
Turn 8 and Red draws Wartortle. The evolution chain is assembling. Squirtle to Wartortle, Wartortle to Blastoise. He is one step away from the end game.
Scoop up on Rutot before it gets KO'd, then energy retrieval to reload water energy. Red is treating every resource like it matters, because it does.
Drowsy Stall 02 plays Scoop Up on Onyx to save it from the final Rutat hit. They reset to a fresh Onyx and buy another round. The stall is working, but barely.
Mr. Fuji from Drowsy Stall 02 shuffles a battered Snorlax back into the deck. They just undid 30 damage. Red has to do that work all over again.
Tongue Wrap from Licky Tongue. Coin Flip, heads. Rutat, is paralyzed. That is the stall deck's entire game plan landing at the right moment.
Paralysis! Red is locked. He cannot attack, he cannot retreat, he cannot do anything. Licky Tongue just bought Drowsy Stall 02, an entire extra turn for free.
Tongue Wrap again. Heads again. 2 consecutive paralysis locks. This is what Drowsy Stall 02 does. Flip coins until the opponent cannot breathe.
Heads! A third time! 3 straight paralysis flips. Rutat is at 10 HP and falling. Red is getting absolutely bullied by a Licky Tongue right now. This is a disaster.
Rutat is KO'd. Drowsy Stall 02 takes a prize. That paralysis chain just flipped the momentum. For the first time in this match, Red is behind.
Wartor Tull on the bench. Red just evolved quietly while Licky Tongue was busy. He never stopped building. That is patience as a competitive weapon.
Fair Eat All deployed is active. Red uses a trainer wall to buy himself 1 safe turn. Blastoise is coming. He just needs 1 more evolution.
Rutat, number 2 goes down. 2 KOs for Drowsy Stall 02. The stall deck is actually taking prizes. Red's plan is teetering.
Dodri O evolves from Dodu O. Red builds lateral pressure while the Blastoise chain completes. He has multiple threats developing simultaneously.
Blastoise! He's here! 6 prizes for red still remaining, but the weapon has arrived! Everything changes right now!
Rain Dance activates twice. 2 water energy attached to Blastoise instantly. Red retreats Doduo and sends the cannon to the front. The buildup is over.
Hydro Pump, 60 damage. Lick-Eye Tongue has minus 10 HP. It is gone, just like that. 3 turns of Paralysis Torture, and red answers with 1 shot.
Lick-Eye Tongue KO'd. Red takes a prize. The tide has shifted completely. Drowsy Stall 02 used every stall tool available, and Red absorbed it, evolved, and answered.
Hydro Pump again. 60 more to Nyx. Red is on autopilot now. Energy Retrieval keeps the water energy flowing. Rain Dance keeps it attaching. This is relentless.
Scoop up on Nyx at 30 HP. Drowsy Stall 02 refuses to give Red an easy KO, but the resources to keep doing this are finite.
Rain Dance into Hydro Pump again. Snorlax takes 60. Drowsy Stall 02 keeps cycling fresh bodies, but each trade is costing them more than red.
Nyx goes down. Red takes prize 4 of 6 for the match. That Nyx was KO'd 4 times across both games combined. It gave everything and got nothing.
Super energy removal from Drowsy Stall 02. They strip water energy off Blastoise. This is the desperation play. The one answer they had left.
Rain Dance refills Blastoise immediately. The super energy removal bought Drowsy Stall 02 exactly 1 turn. Rain Dance makes that card almost irrelevant.
Another Nyx down. Another prize for red. That is 5 of 6. We are 1 KO away from red advancing to the semifinals. This is almost over.
Red uses Energy Retrieval, then fires Rain Dance twice, then fires Hydro Pump. That sequence of plays is the entire Rain Dance deck in a single turn.
Rhyhorn KO'd, 6 of 6 prizes for the game. Red wins game 2. He takes the match 2-0. It was never really in doubt once Blastoise landed.
Hypno evolved from Drowsy just before the final KO. It never got to attack. Drowsy Stall 02's late Psychic Threat arrived one turn too late.
Pokemon Center played twice by Drowsy Stall 02 in the final turns. They healed 60 damage twice. Red dismantled all of it. A futile but noble defense. Red wins by all prizes taken, 12 total KOs to 2 across both games.
1900 damage dealt to 290 received. This was a controlled, methodical demolition. The final numbers for QF2. Red wins 2-0, 117 total turns across both games. 12 KOs for Red, 2 for Drowsy Stall 0-2.
12-2. That is not a match. That is a field trip where one team forgot to show up.
Blastoise is the unanimous MVP. 9 KOs, 1500 damage across 26 uses of Hydro Pump, an average of nearly 58 damage per use once energy was loaded.
And the worst performer award goes to Neeks. 0 KOs, 60 damage dealt, KO'd 4 times. 4. That Neeks had a rough Tuesday.
Rain Dance activated 20 times across the match. That is the engine number. Every one of those activations attached a free water energy. That is 20 energy attachments on top of the normal 1 per turn rule.
Drowsy Stall 0-2 applied 10 status conditions across both games. Paralysis, mostly. And Red shrugged all of it off once Blastoise was in play.
The trainer count tells the story of the strategies. Drowsy Stall 0-2 played 22 trainers, Pokemon Center 5 times, Scoop Up 5 times, Maintenance 4 times, Pure Survival Tools.
And Red played 28 trainers, Bill 5 times, Energy Retrieval 5 times, Energy Removal 5 times, every single card accelerating the Blastoise's machine.
1900 damage dealt by Red against 290 by Drowsy Stall 0-2. The damage differential is the entire story of this matchup condensed into 2 numbers.
Red took 290 damage total in 2 full games. Blastoise had 100 HP. He survived. He always survives because Red does not let him die.
Win condition, prizes. Red swept all 12 over 2 games, leaving Drowsy Stall 0-2 with only 2. A clean, dominant quarterfinal result.
1 prediction, 1 correct call. Ken prediction record, 1 for 2. New Ken era, rising from the ashes. Right, Ken.
Red advances 2-0. The 4th seed from the round robin is in the semifinals, and he made it look straightforward.
Called it. Ken predicted Red in 2, and Red won in 2. Record 1 for 2. The turnaround has officially begun.
You are now batting 50% lifetime, Ken.
That is an upward trajectory, and I will not apologize for it.
Red's journey through this tournament has been exactly what you would expect from a control personality. Patient round robin performance, methodical game management, and 0 panic when Lickitung ran off 3 consecutive paralysis flips.
That was the moment. 3 paralysis locks in a row. Red just sat there, kept building, evolved Wartortle, played Clayfair Idol as a shield. He never deviated from the plan.
The plan was always Blastoise. Everything else was just delay management.
And now, he goes to the semifinals, and the bracket is absolutely merciless. Rattata Stall is waiting. The champion. The deck that just eliminated Haymaker with a Lick IH Tongue double paralysis in Game 3.
SF1 is Red versus Rattata Stall. Rain Dance against a deck that outlasted the entire field in round robin. 2-11 wins. The top seed by a margin.
Okay. Red just beat a stall deck with Rain Dance. Rattata Stall is a different kind of stall deck. Chansey walls, Licky Tongue grinds, Rootat eats energy removal targets.
Rattata Stall also runs energy removal to cut Blastoise off. The question is whether Red can get Rain Dance active before the removal strips him down to nothing.
Different game, different opponent, but Red showed today that he does not break under pressure. Licky Tongue came close. It was not close enough.
For Drowsy Stall 0-2, a solid tournament. Finished 5th in the round robin, made the top 8. The stall plan worked all week. Today it ran into a matchup that was built to beat it.
No shame in that. You cannot stall Rain Dance. The energy just keeps coming. Every turn, more water, more Hydro Pump. You either stop Blastoise from evolving or you lose. They could not stop it.
The bracket is taking shape. Rattata Stall and Red on one side. Tara and Lapras Stall on the other. 2 semifinals remaining before we crown a champion.
Red in the semis. I said it before the match, and I will say it after. Now, if you will excuse me, I need to decide whether to predict Red or Rattata Stall, and I cannot afford to be wrong again.
Quarterfinal 3, the 2-seed Zubat Stall against the 7-seed Lapras Stall. On paper, this is the clearest mismatch in the bracket.
Clearest mismatch. Love it. I've got Zubat Stall winning this in a clean sweep. 2 games done. See you in the semis. Zubat is a machine.
Worth noting your prediction record stands at 0 wins from 1 attempt this tournament.
That was a one-time thing. Haymaker was supposed to win. Statistically, this is different. Zubatstall is the 2 seed for a reason.
Let's talk about what makes these two archetypes different. Both are stall-oriented, but they approach it from opposite directions.
Right, Zubatstall is active aggression. Zubat supersonic hits for confusion, Golbat evolves and drains with leech life. It's a poison and chip away engine.
Lapras stall is pure attrition. Lapras has 80 HP, can hit for 30 with water gun scaling to 50 with energy. The deck runs Blastoise for Rain Dance acceleration and Dose as a finisher.
But Zubatstall has 33 status effects applied per game on average. That's absurd! Lapras can't build if its actives are confused or paralyzed every other turn.
Zubatstall also runs 4 super energy removals. Against a deck that needs water energy to charge Lapras and Blastoise's Rain Dance, Howie Stopper's Botterdir Kali's Kadiver. That card is paralyzing in its own right.
Lapras stall counters with 8 energy retrievals across the match. They plan for the removal. It's honestly brilliant, but it's still not enough against Zubat.
Lapras stall has one statistical edge that is easy to overlook. Their ability uses average 24 per match. That is Rain Dance in action, moving water energy freely each turn.
Rain Dance is cool, but Blastoise needs time to set up. And in this tournament, Zubatstall averages 17,000 turns across all its games. It outweights everyone.
The head-to-head and round-robin play. Lapras stall holds the only win in this exact matchup. 1 game. Zubat won 0 against Lapras in the pool.
Wait, what? That's 1 game in round robin. Best of 3 is a completely different animal. Zubat has 206 wins. This one data point means nothing.
It means Lapras stall has beaten this deck before. Today they will try to do it twice. Zubat stall needs 2 wins. Lapras stall needs to recapture whatever they found in round robin.
I'm sticking with Zubat. Write it down. 2 seed wins. Ken's back on the board.
The decks are shuffled. Game 1 is about to begin. Zubatstall leads with Licky Tongue. Lapras stall answers with Licky Tongue of their own. A tongue wrap mirror to open the match.
you
Zubat leads with Zubat this time. AO. Supersonic as an opener is the right read. Lapras stall counters with Paul Ewag. Water Gun early pressure is Lapras's plan.
2 Lickitungs on the bench for Zubat stall. That's the safety net. If Zubat goes down, they have Tongue Wrap ready to step in and take over.
Zubat stall opens with energy disruption. They're pulling water off Lapras' side before anything can get charged up. Super energy removal on turn 2.
Super energy removal lands. Poliwag loses its water energy before it can fire a single water gun. That's the kind of tempo play that makes Zubat stall so oppressive.
Despite the removal, Lapras stall rebuilds and lands a water gun from Paul Ewag. 20 damage to Zubat. They are
Another water gun! Lapras is chipping away methodically. This Poliwag is unintimidated. Zubat's Supersonic needs to land soon, or this gets dangerous fast.
Water Gun connects again. Zubat is down. Lapras stall has been relentless with Paul Ewag, never letting Zubat stall establish supersonic confusion.
Zubat is KO'd. Poliwag takes the first knockout of game 2. Lapras stall draws a prize. This is not going to plan. Ken needs a moment.
Lapras stall takes their first prize card. The 7 seed is in the driver's seat. Zubat stall pivots to Lickitung to try to stabilize. Game 2, Lapras stall took game 1, outdecking Zubat stall in a marathon. The 2 seed needs to respond, or this quarterfinal is over.
Okay. Lapras stall won game 1. That happens. Zubat will reset, refocus, and remind everyone why it's the 2 seed. Total composure from here. Second super energy removal from Zubat stall. They have to slow Lapras down. The energy suite is being torn apart. This is the comeback play.
Lapras stall answers with energy retrieval. They had this planned. Every energy removed gets reclaimed. The disruption is not landing like Zubat needs it to.
Tongue Wrap from Lickitung. Coin flip is tails. No paralysis. Lickitung did 10 damage and then just stood there. Zubat stall's luck is not showing up today.
Poliwag with Water Gun again. That little water type has been the story of this match. Relentless, efficient, exactly what Lapras needed from its opener.
Lickitung down! Poliwag takes its second knockout of the game. Lapras draws their second prize. The 7 seed is up 2-0 on KOs in Game 2. Ken is speechless.
Lapras at 4 prizes remaining. Zubat at 6. The gap is opening, and now Lapras begins setting up the Gare dose line in the background.
Tongue wrap, coin flip heads. Lapras Lickitung is paralyzed. Finally! Zubat's Lickitung finds the flip. The tides could be turning right now.
Lapras Lickitung is paralyzed. 1 turn lost for them. Zubat desperately needed that flip. The question is whether it is too little, too late.
Mr. Fuji from Lapras They scoop a damaged Pokemon right back into the deck, resetting the board. Lapras just refused to let anything die. Incredible.
Tongue Wrap lands on Snorlax. Zubat Snorlax is now paralyzed. The big wall cannot attack. Lapras is methodically dismantling the defense.
Paralyzed again! That is the third time Lapras has paralyzed Zubat's Snorlax. The 160 HP wall keeps getting frozen in place while Lapras sets up Gyarados.
Super energy removal from Lapras this time. They have flipped the script on energy denial. Zubatstall, who built this deck to disrupt, is being disrupted.
Snorlax paralyzed for the 4th time. Zubat stall cannot move, cannot attack, cannot build. They are trapped in amber while Lapras cycles energy and stalls.
Snorlax is knocked out. Lapras stall takes their 3rd prize card. Zubat stall is down to 3 prizes remaining. This is a critical deficit.
3 prizes to 2. Lapras stall has the lead in KOs and prizes. I genuinely did not see this coming. Nobody saw this coming. The bracket is breaking.
Nidoking steps out for Zubat stall and uses Toxic. Poison on Lapras's Licky Tongue. The sting of the poison could turn this around if it ticks for enough damage.
Licky Tongue drops to poison damage. Zubat stall takes their 1st prize of the game. Toxic worked. Nidoking delivers. Is this the rally we've been waiting for?
Nidoking with Thrash. Coin flip heads, 60 damage. Zubat stall is trying to brute force their way back into this with Nidoking carrying the entire offense.
Lapras is on the board. Water gun from Lapras itself. The 80 HP tank has finally come online. This is what Lapras stall has been building toward all game.
Lapras is knocked out by Thrash. Zubatstall takes their second prize. It is 3-2 in prizes now. Zubatstall is making a run. This game is alive.
Lapras stall shifts to survive deck out mode. They're not trying to win by KOs anymore. They are going to outlast Zubatstall's deck. An endgame of pure patience.
Both players in full deck out survival mode. The question now is, which deck ran hotter, burned more cards, and will empty first? Brutal math with no easy answers.
Gyarados, Dragon Rage from Gare. A dose. Lapras kept that thing alive on the bench for 40 turns, 50 damage. This is the haymaker no one anticipated.
Zubatstall plays Clefairy Idol as a stall body. They are out of real options. Clefairy Idol cannot attack, cannot evolve. It is a placeholder for a team that has nothing left.
Dragon Rage again from Gare. Dose. 50 more damage. Nidoking is crumbling. Lapras built a finisher, and it is doing exactly what it was designed to do in the late game.
Nidoking is knocked out by Dragon Rage. Lapras takes their 4th prize. They lead 4-2 in prizes. Gare, Dose just ended any hope of a Zubat stall comeback.
Pokemon Center from Lapras stall heals 60 damage. They are regenerating. Blastoise on the bench. Gare Dose active. Lapras has built a fortress, and Zubat cannot breach it.
Tongue Wrap Paralysis lands on Blastoise. Zubat stall has found 3 consecutive paralysis flips in the final turns, but the decks are nearly empty. Time is the real enemy.
Lapras stall is stalling for the deck out. They've done the math. They've managed their discard. Their deck outlasts Zubats. This was planned. This was designed.
Zubat stall cannot draw. Their deck is empty. Lapras stall wins Game 2 by deck out. The 7th seed has just won the match 2-1. The quarterfinal is over. The numbers are in. 216 total turns across 3 games. Both sides traded exactly 4 knockouts each. This came down to resource management and deck composition.
How did Lapras stall win if the KOs are tied? Someone explain this to me. Same KOs, same prizes taken. The deck out decided it. Lapras just had more cards left.
The MVP of the match is Poliwag, a basic water type that costs nothing to play. Racked up 2 knockouts and 160 damage across the series. That opener carried Lapras stall.
Poliwag. The MVP is Poliwag, not Lapras, not Blastoise, not Gyarados. A 40 HP basic that evolves into something else. Unbelievable. Tournament of upsets.
The most lethal attack in the series. Tongue Wrap from Lickitung. 78 uses, 780 total damage. 2 knockouts. Both players ran Lickitung and both leaned on it all match.
78 tongue wraps. That coin was flipped 78 times. Paralysis or no paralysis, 78 times. That is the most exhausting coin in all of competitive Pokemon.
Zubat stall applied 33 status effects across the match versus Lapras stall's 18. Statistically, Zubat out-disrupted Lapras and still lost. That is what makes this result so striking.
More statuses, more trainers played, more damage dealt. Zubat stall did more of everything and still went home. Lapras played smarter, not harder. I have to respect it.
Lapras Stall's 24 ability uses represents Blastoise's Rain Dance activating throughout the match. That free energy acceleration is what kept them alive through Zubat's super energy removals.
Energy retrieval played 8 times. Every time Zubat ripped an energy off Lapras, Lapras just went and got it back. The disruption plan had a perfect counter built into the deck.
Win condition, deck out. Both decks were designed to outlast the opponent. Lapras Stall, the 7 seed, managed their resources better at the critical moment.
I need everyone to understand what just happened. The 7 seed beat the 2 seed in a best of 3. This is not a fluke. This is a statement.
The second Base Set Invitational has its first major upset. Lapras Stall advances to the semifinals. Zubat Stall, 206 wins in the round robin, is eliminated.
I predicted Zubat Stall. I was wrong. That makes me 0 for 2 today. 0 correct predictions. I am on a historic streak of being wrong. I've never been this proud of being wrong.
Lapras Stall survived 33 status applications from Zubat's disruption package. They absorbed the super energy removals. They recovered with energy retrieval every single time.
Poliwag! A Poliwag beat the 2 seed! That little water type walked out there in game 2 and KO'd 2 Pokemon before anyone could stop it. I want a Poliwag plush right now.
What Lapras Stall demonstrated is that a well-constructed control deck can neutralize disruption if the recovery package is deep enough. 8 energy retrievals over 3 games is a deliberate design choice.
And Gyarados! They kept Gyarados alive on the bench for 40 turns in game 2 and then unleashed Dragon Rage to finish off Nidoking. Patient, calculated, diabolical.
For Zubat Stall, the status engine simply could not convert. 33 statuses applied. The poison, the confusion, the paralysis. Lapras recovered from all of it.
And the Game 3 mulligan! Zubat Stall mulliganed out in Game 3 after already losing Game 2. The deck itself gave up. The deck knew it was done before the cards hit the table.
A mulligan loss is brutal. You do not control a poor opening hand. But it ends the match with finality, and Lapras Stall receives the win they had already earned.
So now Lapras Stall goes to the semifinals and faces Tara, the evolution player, the 3 seed. Can the 7 seed keep this magic run alive? Can they upset another top 4 seed?
Tara's evolution deck brings type coverage that Lapras Stall cannot easily answer. Vapor Eon, Jolt Eon, Flare Eon. Lapras has a grass weakness the Eevees can exploit.
They said the same thing about Zubat Stall. The status engine was supposed to be too much for Lapras. Instead, Lapras made it look easy. I'm not counting them out yet.
The bracket is reshaping around this result. A semifinal that no one predicted. Lapras Stall earned every turn of it.
0 for 2 on predictions. Lapras Stall advances. I love this tournament. I love being wrong. Somebody tell me what happens next because clearly I have no idea.
Welcome back, folks. Quarterfinal 4 is upon us, and we have a genuinely interesting stylistic clash. Seed 3, Tara versus Seed 6, Mr. Mime Stall.
Chris, after what we just watched in QF3, I am recalibrated. New Ken era. Anything can happen, but I'll say this. Tara is different. She's not a deck, she's a player.
She is, indeed. Tara runs a mixed evolution build. Meowth, Purjin, Lick Tung, Flare Eon, Electabuzz, lightning heavy with colorless flexibility. 21 lightning energy in the list.
That's the thing with Tara. She doesn't commit to one identity. This tournament, she went lightning as the backbone, but she'll pivot mid-match if she sees an opening. Classic Tara.
On the other side, Mr. Mime Stall. The name describes the strategy precisely. Mr. Mime's invisible wall. Poke body blocks all bench damage. Pair that with Onyx, Snorlax, Licky Tongue, Hypno, Rhyhorn.
It's a fortress! Ah, Nyx tanks hits! Mr. Mime on the bench makes sniping impossible! Scoop up and Pokemon Center keep everything alive indefinitely!
The stall plan. Survive long enough that the opponent decks out. They ran 4 super energy removal, 4 Mr. Fuji, 4 scoop up, 3 Pokemon Center, 7 super potion. Defense layered on defense.
But Tara's Lick Tongue has tongue wrap, paralysis, chip damage, slow, methodical, exactly what you need to crack a fortress. She knows what she's walking into.
The head-to-head record is notable. In round-robin play this tournament, Mr. Mime Stall beat Tara. So this isn't a mismatch on paper. Mime has already shown it can close this out.
Regular season doesn't matter in the bracket. Tara figures things out. She looked at that loss and she adjusted. That's what adaptive players do.
The key question is energy economy. Super energy removal can strip Terra's attackers repeatedly. Lick-Eyed Tongue costs 1 lightning to attack. That's as efficient as it gets, which helps her survive seer pressure.
And the Persian line. Meowth into Persian, pounce for 30 colorless. If she can evolve and keep energy on Persian, that's consistent damage regardless of type.
Persian also benefits from Terra's Mr. Fuji package. She runs 4 copies. Scoop and Replay is a legitimate counter to being gusted or burned down.
I am picking Terra, confidently. First correct prediction incoming, seed 3 for a reason, and she is dangerous. You heard it here, Chris.
Noted for the record. Let's find out. QF4 begins now. Game 2. Tara already leads 1-0. Mr. Mimestall needs to respond or the tournament run ends here.
Mime opens. Psychic energy down. They want to establish their psychic core early. Get Mr. Mime onto the bench as fast as possible.
Psychic energy attached to the active. Tara's turn. She drew Mr. Fuji. She'll have options if things get dicey.
Lightning energy on Lick-Eye-Tongue, and then a gust of wind. Tara's forcing the switch before Mime can set up comfortably. That's not random, that's a read.
Tongue Wrap, turn 2. Tails. 10 damage to Drowsy. She's establishing the chip damage clock immediately.
Super energy removal out of Mime on turn 3. There it is. They strip an energy before Tara can build momentum. That SER package is the whole deck's teeth.
Drowsy deployed to the bench. They're building resources while disrupting. Classic stall economy.
Tara attacks again. Tails again. Another 10 to Drowsy. She's fine with slow. This is Tara being patient, not passive.
Drowsy uses Pound. Minor damage. Mime is stalling for their defensive formation to solidify.
Tara plays Gambler on turn 8. Tails, unfortunately. She draws just Persian, but she gets the evolution off. That Meowth becomes Persian.
Persian on the bench, turn 8. Tara is building her second attacker while Lick-Eye-Tongue handles paralysis chip duty. Layered threat.
Mime plays Scoop Up on Drowsy, which was nearly done. They recycled a 50 HP Pokemon rather than let Tara take the prize. Infuriating and correct.
Tongue Wrap. Heads. Mr. Mime is now paralyzed. That is 10 damage and a lost turn for Mime. Tara is picking her moments.
Mr. Mime paralyzed! That's the invisible wall Pokemon stuck in place. Tara just locked down their anchor. This is huge! Adaptive reads at work.
Mr. Mime retreats when the paralysis clears. Drowsy steps back in. Mime cycling through their bench to deny Tara a knockout.
Paralysis on Drowsy now. Turn 14. Tara keeps finding heads at key moments. She's reading the board, pivoting her targeting. Classic Tara.
Drowsy lands Pound. Meanwhile, Mime plays Lick-Eye Tongue to the bench. They're building attacker options. The stall deck grows Teeth.
Onix comes active and Rock throws for 20 super effective. Licky Tongue takes heavy damage. Mime found a way to pressure back.
Terra answers with Mr. Fuji on her own Lick-Eye Tongue. Rather than take the knockout damage, she recycles. That's information-aware play.
Nyx paralyzed! Turn 20! Terra has now paralyzed Mr. Mime, Drowsy, and Onix across this game. She is systematically neutralizing everything Mime throws at her.
Super energy removal again from Mime on turn 27. They refuse to let Terra sustain her energy count. 8 SER plays across this match.
Pokemon Center from Mime on turn 31. Heals 100 damage off Nyx. Just when Terra was closing in. This deck does not die easily.
Tara plays Clefairy Doll turn 36. She puts up a sacrifice to absorb damage and buy time. Adaptive reads the moment. She knows Onyx will target it.
Onyx paralyzed again! That's the third paralysis on Onyx alone. Tara is just grinding it down, methodically. She has more patience than the stall deck. Remarkable.
Gust of Wind from Mime, turn 43. They force out Tara's active, trying to disrupt her flow after being paralyzed repeatedly.
Computer search from Tara in response. She digs for exactly what she needs, discards 2 lightning, and immediately plays maintenance. That's microsurgery on her own hand.
Clefairy Doll is knocked out by Onyx's Rock Throw. The sacrifice did its job. It absorbed exactly enough hits to keep Tara's real pieces safe.
Persian pounces, 30 damage to Onyx. No energy needed. Tara switches to her second attacker seamlessly. That's the pivot, right there. Classic Tara.
Nyx is knocked out. First legitimate KO of Game 2 for Tara. Persian Pounce bypasses energy constraints entirely. Prize taken, Mr. Fuji.
Mime's Lick-Eyed Tongue gets Tongue Wrap in, but Persian is still standing. Tara plays Mr. Fuji to keep her support running. She is managing this board.
Persian is paralyzed by Mime's Licky Tongue, turn 49. Mime finds some disruption of their own. The board state tightens.
Second Persian paralysis. Mime's Licky Tongue is finding coin flip luck now, but Tara draws another Persian on turn 52 and evolves again.
Second Persian hits the board, turn 52. Tara has redundancy in her evolution line. Mime cannot simply KO her way out of this.
Persian pounds for 30 into Licky Tongue. Turn 58. Tara has re-established the damage clock. She reads the matchup. She adapted. New attacker, same outcome.
Mime's Rhydon evolves, turn 59. They play Scoop Up on Licky Tongue and go to Snorlax. Still cycling, never letting Tara find a clean target.
Super Potion heals 30 from Snorlax, turn 61. Mime healing away all the Persian Pounce work. This game is a battle of attrition and Tara is winning it on deck count.
Scoop Up on Snorlax, turn 65. Mime recycles again. They have played 5 Scoop Ups and 7 Super Potions across this match. Remarkable resource density.
Tara evolves a second Persian on turn 72 while attacking. She is never not building. That's the adaptive personality in real time. Always a step ahead.
Super Energy removal, turn 73. Mime strips Persian's energy yet again, but Tara draws lightning, retreats to her second Persian, and continues the assault immediately.
Hypno hits the board for Mime. Turn 75. Prophecy incoming. They've evolved their Drowzee. This is their late game threat. Does Tara have an answer?
Snorlax is knocked out. Persian pounds for 30. Tara takes prize 2. She now leads on prizes. The deck out clock is ticking hard for Mr. Mimestall.
Hypno uses Prophecy. Mime is deck stacking to find resources, but Tara draws Eevee, attacks into Hypno for 30. Hypno is now at 60 HP.
Pokemon Center turn 81. Mime heals 60 from Hypno, erasing all of Tara's progress. 4 copies of that trainer across the match. It kept this game alive far longer than it should have.
Riding down! Purrs and Pounce, turn 88. 3 consecutive hits to knock out Rhydon. Tara takes prize 3. Mime is running on fumes.
Super energy removal, turn 89. Mime strips Purjin's energy one last time, but their deck is nearly exhausted. This is a last-ditch disruption.
Flare, Eon evolves, turn 92. Tara's been holding that Eevee and now brings the fire type out. She literally has a different type ready to go. She was never going all in on one plan.
Lick-Eye Tongue back active, Tongue Wrap catches heads, Hypno paralyzed. Tara switches attackers and strategies in the same turn. Adaptive indeed.
Hypno paralyzed again, turn 94. Consecutive paralyses. Mime cannot move. Their deck count is collapsing. Tara just has to keep applying pressure.
Super energy removal from Tara herself. Turn 96. She strips Mime's energy. Tara playing Disruption now. She's not just defending anymore.
Hypno paralyzed a third consecutive time. Turn 100. Mime has drawn 3 straight turns but can only watch. Their deck is almost certainly empty.
Game over. Mr. Mime stall decks out on turn 101. Tara wins game 2 and the match 2-0. Win condition. Deck out. Persian, match MVP, 3 knockouts, 540 total damage across both games. Tara evolved Meowth twice over the course of this match, and both copies delivered.
That is the evolution line paying off. People sleep on Persian. Pounce for 30 with no energy requirement once you're set up. Tara built it quietly while Licky Tongue did the early work.
Tongue Wrap was the most used attack in this match. 79 uses, 770 total damage, 3 knockouts. Licky Tongue as a paralysis platform was the backbone of Tara's game plan.
28 statuses applied by Tara. 28! And Mime only answered with 14! She out-paralyzed a stall deck. That should not be possible. That is Tara being Tara.
Mr. Mime Stall played 33 trainers across this match versus Tara's 28. 8 super energy removals, 7 super potions, 5 scoop ups. The defensive infrastructure was formidable.
And it still wasn't enough. Tara took more knockouts on the scoreboard, but Mime had more KOs on Tara's Pokemon. 6-5. Tara technically lost more Pokemon and still won. Deck out strategy.
Total turns, 211 across 2 games. Game 2 alone ran to turn 101. This was not a quick match by any measure.
211 turns of Tara refusing to break, refusing to overextend. She played within her game plan and made Mime burn through every card in the deck.
Clayfair Edol, listed as the worst performer. 0 damage, 0 knockouts, knocked out twice, but those 2 sacrifices absorbed rock throw hits that would have ended Tara's attackers prematurely.
The doll is not supposed to do damage. It buys turns. It bought Tara enough time to evolve Persian and shift gears. Most underrated play of the match right there.
Win condition. Deck out. Tara never needed 6 prizes. She won by attrition, forcing Mime to burn all 60 cards before she ran out of threats. Patient, complete execution.
This is why Tara is different. She doesn't just play the cards in hand, she plays the entire match. 2 games, 1 vision. On to the semis. First correct prediction of the day. Ken called it. Tara wins. New Ken era confirmed. I said it before game 1, and I will say it again loudly.
You did. On the record, 0 for 1 going in, now 1 for 1. Tara defeats Mr. Mime Stall 2-0 and advances to the semifinals.
She goes on to face Lepra Stall, the 7 seed that just knocked out Zubat Stall in what was the most shocking result of this tournament so far.
Lapras Stall upset the number 2 seed. That match went to game 3. Tara now faces a team with momentum and a chip on their shoulder.
And Tara has momentum of her own. She just dismantled a defense-first stall deck over 200 turns and barely blinked. She is locked in.
The bracket sets up Rattata Stall versus Red on the other side, and Tara faces Lapras Stall. 2 very different semifinal matchups ahead.
I am looking at that bracket, and I am saying it now. Tara is going all the way. You heard it here first, folks. All the way to the championship.
That is a bold statement after 1 correct quarterfinal prediction.
New Ken, right Ken, confident Ken. Tara against Lapras and Tara wins. Then Tara takes the whole thing. I am not hedging this time.
What impressed you most from this match? Because there was a lot to choose from.
The Flare Eon. Turn 92, she evolves Eevee into Flare Eon, completely off the primary game plan, while simultaneously locking Hypno with Tongue Wrap Paralysis. Two things at once. That's elite.
She held that Eevee from setup, benched it, and never committed it until the exact moment the Fire-type option became useful. Positional patience.
And she evolved a second Persian mid-game when the first got paralyzed out. She always had the next piece ready. Adaptive is not just a label, it's how she actually plays.
Mr. Mimestall ran 8 super energy removals and played 33 trainers. They gave everything they had. The record shows Mime won more KOs than Tara, still lost by deck out.
Because Tara understood the win condition of her own deck. She was never trying to take 6 prizes, she was trying to outlast. And she did it in 2 straight games.
Semifinal 2, Tara versus Lapras. The upset match of the tournament on one side, the methodical ranked 3 seed on the other. Should be something.
Tara wins. I am locked in. This is my hill. She is going to the final. Write it down.
We have it on record. Folks, QF4 is complete. Tara advances. Stay with us for the semifinals of the second Base Set Invitational. Semifinal 1 is set. The top seed, Rattata, squares off against Red, who enters as the 4th seed. This is the matchup everyone wanted to see.
This is where the machine meets the maestro. Red is one of the most dangerous players in this bracket. Methodical, patient, never wastes a card. Blastoise is online.
Red's quarterfinal run was a clinic. Drowsy Stall had no answer for Rain Dance. Blastoise hit Hydro Pump 8 times across 2 games. It wasn't close.
That's classic Red. He doesn't play with emotion. He identifies the win condition and executes. No flash, no wasted motion, just pressure.
Rutat U-Stall is a different animal entirely. In the quarterfinals, it weathered Haymaker's early aggression across 131 turns and won on deck out. That is a very specific kind of patience.
Lick-E-Tongue locked down Hitmonchan in Game 3. Double paralysis. That's the moment Rattata showed it could weather the storm and still close the door.
The core tension in this matchup, Red needs to power up Blastoise and take 6 prizes before his deck is exhausted. Rutat U-Stall needs to make that impossible.
Rain Dance is the engine. Multiple energy attachments per turn. Hydro Pump for 60 or more. That is the cleanest win condition in this tournament.
The counter, super energy removal. Rutat U-Stall runs 3 copies. If it can strip Blastoise of energy before Hydro Pump fires, it buys critical turns.
But Red runs 4 energy retrieval. He can rebuild. Stripping energy from a Rain Dance deck is like bailing out a boat with a teaspoon.
Lick-E-Tongue is the second piece of the puzzle. Tongue Wrap at 10 damage per turn is not impressive on its face, but Paralysis locks Red's attacker in place and prevents Rain Dance setup.
Rutat U-Stall has never needed 6 prizes to win. It wins by running you out of cards. Every healed Lick-E-Tongue is a card Red's deck will never see again.
The head-to-head from the round robin. Rattata holds the edge. One matchup played, Rattata took that one. Small sample, but the precedent exists.
Red is carrying 21 water energy. That's a lot of bulk. Rain Dance wants that volume. But in a stall mirror, dead energy draws in the late game can be devastating.
Onyx and Rhyhorn give Rattata bodies to sacrifice. Pokemon Center gives it recovery. The entire deck is designed to extend the game as long as possible.
Meanwhile, Red's Rutat is a surprise element. It chips damage on the active and keeps Red's bench threats hidden until he's ready to evolve up the Blastoise line.
Can Rain Dance outrun a deck-out strategy? Red needs to close games efficiently. Every game that stretches past, turn 50 tilts toward Rattata inevitability engine.
Okay, prediction time. My record in the quarterfinals was 2 out of 4. The new Canera is officially on shaky ground, but I'm going with Red. Blastoise is too powerful to be stalled out.
Ken has now correctly predicted half of his quarterfinal picks. He is very proud of this. I'll note that in the round robin, Rattata was the overall top seed for a reason.
Listen, I believe in Red. I believe in Rain Dance. And when Blastoise hits the table, I want to be on the right side of history.
We are about to find out if Rain Dance can outpace a machine that has never once needed 6 prizes to win. Semifinal 1 begins now.
Snorlax opens active for Rattata stall, 90 HP and absolutely nothing to do offensively. That is the point. That is always the point.
Red leads with Rutat, 40 HP. This is a speed opener, designed to chip damage while Red builds the Blastoise line behind it.
Red attaches Water Energy turn 1. He's got a plan and he's already executing it. That's classic Red right there.
Super energy removal from Rattata stall on turn 2. Red barely had energy on the board. The disruption starts immediately. The machine is running.
Licky Tongue onto the bench. There it is. The MVP of the quarterfinals is on deck. Rutat U-Stall is warming up the paralysis engine.
Energy removal from Red. Right back. Both players are stripping each other's energy. This game will be decided by who blinks first. Game 2 is underway. Rutat Ustall leads 1-0. Red needs a win here to keep the match alive.
Rutat lands bite for 20 on Snore LX. This is Red chipping away. 70 HP left on Snore LX. A long road ahead of that. Rutat
Red plays Pokemon Trader, grabs Staryu. He's building towards Starmie, keeping his options open behind Rutat. Methodical, careful. That's classic Red.
Mr. Fuji on Snorlax! Rutat Ustall bounces its own damage tank back into the deck. The damage counter resets. Red just spent 6 turns for nothing.
Red fires Super Energy Removal, then Energy Retrieval to reload. He refuses to be rattled. Turn 13, and both players are still trading Disruption cards.
Rutat KO's Snorlax. Red finally knocks it out on turn 17, but Rattata burned 8 turns of Red's clock on that single Snorlax. The machine ran its program.
Red takes his first prize. It's 1-0 in prizes, but Licky Tongue is now the active, and Rattata just hit heads on Tongue Wrap. Rutat is paralyzed.
Paralysis, right on schedule. Licky Tongue does what Licky Tongue does. Red's Rutat can't move. This is where the stall strategy becomes suffocating.
Red plays Scoop Up on his own paralyzed Rutat. Clever. He resets the paralysis, replays Rutat, fresh, and Squirtle comes down to begin the evolution line.
Super energy removal again from Rattata Stall. Red keeps rebuilding and Rattata Stall keeps tearing it down. This is the whole matchup in one exchange.
Tongue Wrap, Coin Flip, Heads. Rootat, paralyzed again. That is the third time Lick-Eye Tongue has locked down Red's active. The machine is running.
Rootat, finally goes down to Tongue Wrap. Rootat, Stall takes a prize. Now it's 2-1 in prizes. Red still leading, but momentum has shifted.
Pokemon Center from Rattata Stall. Licky Tongue is healed back to full. 60 HP restored. Every healed Licky Tongue is a card Red will never draw.
Red plays Gambler. Hand is getting thin. This is a desperation coin flip. Heads means he draws 6 new cards. The match status is forcing Red's hand.
Coin flip, heads. Gambler pays off. Red draws Blastoise, Starmie, Bill, and more. He just refueled completely. This match is not over.
Wartortle hits the board. Red's evolution line is finally moving. Squirtle to Wartortle, and Blastoise is 1 step away. The Rain Dance engine is priming.
Blastoise. Red completes the evolution on turn 45. Rain Dance activates. Multiple water energy attachments. Hydro Pump is now online. Game pace changes entirely.
Rain Dance fires 4 times in 1 turn. Water energy floods onto Red's board. This is the momentum shift we've been waiting for. Red is back in this.
Hydro Pump for 60. Rhydon is at 40 HP remaining. That is the difference in power levels. Blastoise has hit for 6 times what Lick-Eye-Tongue can manage per turn.
Rhydon is knocked out. Hydro Pump for 60 KO. Red takes a prize. This is the Blastoise clinic we saw in the quarterfinals. He told you the engine works.
Nyx tries Rock Throw on Blastoise. 10 damage, that is a fly spec against 100 HP. But Rattata Stall isn't attacking to win, it's attacking to buy time.
Nyx is gone. Hydro Pump again. Red is on a run. 3 straight turns of Blastoise pressure. Ken's prediction looks prophetic right now.
Tongue Wrap lands heads. Blastoise is paralyzed. Lick-Eye-Tongue just froze the most dangerous attacker in the tournament. Rutat E-Stall found the brake pedal.
Paralysis again on Blastoise. 2 consecutive turns locked out of attacking. Rain Dance can't help if the Pokemon can't swing. Rutat Ustall is genius.
Red breaks through. Hydro Pump for 60 on Licky Tongue. That leaves Licky Tongue at 30 HP. Red had to wait 2 turns for this attack. Every delay costs him.
A third Blastoise paralysis. Rutat Ustall swapped in a fresh Licky Tongue and hit heads immediately. The machine cycles its paralyzer. That is relentless.
Blastoise finally breaks through and KOs Licky Tongue. Red takes a prize. But look at the board. Rattata has Ratty Kate waiting. Super Fang is next.
Super Fang! Rat-Eye Kate halves Blastoise's HP, 40 damage. Blastoise is now at 30 HP, 1 more hit, and Red Centerpiece falls. The machine found another weapon.
Hydro Pump KOs Ratty Kate. Red takes a 5th prize. He's at 7 prizes taken total across both games, but his deck is almost certainly thinner than Rattata.
Pokemon Center from Rattata Stall, healed 60, and Rhyhorn comes down as another body. The Stall army keeps replenishing. Red cannot find the bottom of this deck.
Rutat Ustall's strategy reads, survive deck out. It is not trying to win by prizes anymore. It is simply trying to outlast. Red's deck is running dry.
army tries Star Freeze. Tails. Red is grasping for momentum. Dodrio is on the bench for free retreats, but he's out of threats that can close this game.
Tongue Wrap one final time. Heads. Rutat, paralyzed. Red draws his last card. His deck is empty. Rutat, stall. Never needed 6 prizes to win this match.
Game over. Deck out. Rutat stall wins game 2 and sweeps the semifinal 2-0. My prediction was wrong, but what a run from Red. What a run.
The numbers are in. Rutat Eustall swept Red. 2-0 across 136 total turns. The win condition. Deck out. Red simply ran out of cards.
136 turns, and Red never got a prize lead that stuck. Rutat stall just kept healing, kept paralyzing, kept recycling. You cannot out-endure this deck.
MVP, Licky Tongue, 5 knockouts, 370 total damage across 2 games. It was the central engine of both victories. That is an extraordinary performance.
Licky Tongue with 5 KOs. I keep saying it and nobody listens. This little pink tank is one of the most dangerous cards in this format. 5.
Most lethal attack of the match. Hydro Pump by Blastoise. 4 knockouts, 450 total damage, used 8 times. Red's execution was excellent. The deck just lost the long game.
450 damage from Hydro Pump. That is legitimately terrifying. Red did everything the deck is supposed to do. Rutat Eustall just did it better.
Rutat Eustall applied 22 status conditions across the match. Red applied 0. That asymmetry tells the whole story. The paralysis clock controlled every exchange.
22 statuses to 0. Red's deck has no way to apply status. Rutat Eustall weaponized that gap every single turn. This is why Licky Tongue is the heart of the deck.
Key trainers for Rattata. Energy retrieval 6 times, Pokemon Center 5 times, Recycle 4 times, durability cards, not power cards, pure survival.
Red played Bill 8 times, energy retrieval 7, energy removal 7. He was drawing hard and disrupting hard. It just wasn't enough volume to outlast the stall.
Rain Dance fired 15 times across the match. That is a remarkably high ability use count. Red kept the engine running. Rutat Eustall simply had more runway.
Worst performer for Rattata Stall, Onyx. 0 KOs, 2 times knocked out, 90 damage dealt. But Onyx was never supposed to win fights. It was supposed to absorb them.
Final tally. Rattata Stall 8 prizes taken, Red 7. A 1 prize margin across 136 turns and 2 full games. In a deck out finish, that margin is irrelevant. The deck was all that mattered. Rutat Eustall is in the final. A 2-0 sweep of Red. The top seed has not lost a single match in the elimination bracket.
I picked Red, and I was wrong. I want that on the record, because that's 2 quarterfinal losses, and now a semifinal loss for New Ken era predictions. It is not a good era.
Let's give Red his due. He came into this tournament as the 4th seed and backed it up entirely. The QF2 run against Drowsy Stall was the cleanest performance of the quarterfinals.
Red played Rain Dance the way it's supposed to be played. Patient, precise, no wasted energy attachments. Blastoise hit Hydro Pump 8 times across this match. That is elite execution.
He ran into a deck specifically built to neutralize every advantage Rain Dance provides. Paralysis negates Hydro Pump. Recycling negates attrition. Rutat Eustall had an answer for everything.
That's classic Red. He didn't panic, didn't tilt. Even when Licky Tongue paralyzed Blastoise 3 separate times in Game 2, Red kept executing his plan. He earned every step of this run.
Red exits the second Base Set Invitational with his head held high. A 4th seed finish, a 2-0 quarterfinal sweep, and a hard-fought semifinal. That is a tournament to be proud of.
We'll see red again. I have no doubt about that. A player that calm and that precise doesn't disappear. He's gonna come back with a plan for Licky Tongue next time.
Now the bracket update, Rutat Oostal advances from the top half. Semi-final 2 is still to come. Terra versus Lapras for the other final spot.
If Terra gets past Lapras, we could see Terra versus Rattata in the final. The upset machine against the patience machine. That would be a match for the ages.
Persian was Tara's MVP in the quarterfinals, closing out a 2-11 turn deck out against Mr. Mimestall. Tara knows how to play the long game too. This final will not be settled quickly.
Rutat Ustal has beaten Haymaker and Red back-to-back, both by deck out, both by pure attrition. Licky Tongue has 5 KOs in this semifinal alone. I don't know what Terra does about that.
Rutat Oostal has never needed 6 prizes to win. It just needs time, and it has more of it than any other deck in this tournament. Terra will have to break that formula.
You know what? I am not predicting the final. I was 2 for 5 coming into this match. I am retiring from predictions for the evening and just enjoying the chaos.
Ken has now correctly predicted 2 of 5 elimination matches. He is managing expectations appropriately. The final of the second Base Set Invitational is next.
Rutat Ustal versus Terra. Seed 1 versus Seed 3. Champion versus Challenger. The biggest game of the tournament. I cannot wait.
Semi-final 2, the 7 seed, Lapras against the 3 seed, Tara. This is the Cinderella story colliding with one of the most dangerous adaptive players in this bracket.
Cinderella story. The glass slipper is on the foot. Paul Ewag carried this squad past Zubatstall in QF3, and I am still not over it.
Lapras earned that win. A 7 seed beating the 2 seed is the biggest upset of the tournament.
Paul Ewag, that little water tadpole is a legend now. They should retire the number.
On the other side, Terra ran a masterclass against Mr. Mimestall in QF4. 2-1-1 turns of positional chess, and Persian was the centerpiece.
211 turns, 211. Persian did not blink once. I said after that match, Terra is going all the way.
You did say that, on record.
I have been right about Terra from the jump. I may be 2 for 5 on predictions overall, but Terra is my rock.
Lapras runs a deep water stall package. Lapras, Blastoise, Licky Tongue, and a full suite of healing. Their goal is to outlast you.
And they almost outlasted Zubatstall in a 2-1 series. That is not an easy out. Respect where respect is due.
Terra's deck is a different animal. Meowth Gene line backed by Licky Tongue, Electabuzz, Eevee package, status application, disruption. She pivots on a dime.
Adaptive with a capital A. That is literally her personality designation. She reads the board and she moves.
Head-to-head in round robin, Lapras won the single matchup against Terra. Worth noting.
1 game. That was round robin. This is the semi-finals. Different pressure entirely.
The stall matchup question is whether Persian can maintain pressure long enough to deny Lapras the turns they need to set up Blastoise.
I am retired from predictions. Officially. However,
Ken.
I believe in Tara. I said it in QF4, and I am saying it now. Tara advances. That is not a prediction. That is a statement of faith.
Noted. The Cinderella story versus the adaptive powerhouse. Semi-final 2 begins now.
Lapras stall gets a clean open. No mulligan this game. Squirtle up front. That is interesting. They want Wartortle. They want Blastoise. The long game starts now.
Game 2. Terra leads 1-0 after a swift Game 1, where Persian took down Lapras on turn 7. Lapras stall needs to survive long enough to find Blastoise. Terra opens Doduo with Meowth on the bench, not Persian immediately. She is building toward the Meowth evolution while Doduo eats hits.
Squirtle with a water energy on turn 1. Lapras stall playing conservatively. Exactly what you expect. They will not overcommit.
Doduo's Fury Attack, Coin Flip, Tails, Tails, no damage. Lapras stall gets a free turn. That is a significant miss for Terra early.
Lapras comes down to the bench. The real wall is being assembled. Squirtle up front, Lapras waiting in the wings. This is the stall architecture.
Fury Attack again, Tails heads. 1 hit, 10 damage on Squirtle. Doduo is chipping slowly, but Lapras stall has 30 HP left on that Squirtle to work with. Persian comes down on turn 6. Terra found the evolution while Doduo was buying time. Classic Terra, pivoting the moment the setup piece arrives.
There she is! Persian is on the board! The QF4 MVP has entered the building. Chris, I told you she was going all the way.
Terra retreats Doduo and sends Persian active. Full energy on Persian now. Scratch for 20, Squirtle down to 10 HP. The Gust threat is live.
Scoop up from Lapras stall. They pick up the wounded Squirtle before Persian can clean it up. Buying one more turn. That is the stall DNA.
Doduo's Fury Attack. Heads, heads. 20 damage on Lapras. That is the double hit Lapras stall did not want to see with Lapras at 60 HP.
Pokemon Center. Lapras stall heals 20 off Lapras. Reset the clock. This is what stall does. Every turn is a negotiation.
Tara plays Pokemon Trader, trades away Flare Eon to search out a second Purr. Jin. She is building redundancy, the adaptive personality finding every angle.
Second Persian hits the bench. Tara now has a backup if anything happens to the active. Lapras cannot KO what keeps respawning.
Tara swaps Persian, active on turn 14. Scratch for 20, Lapras at 40 HP. Persian is operating with full efficiency, and Lapras has no answer.
Persian takes down Poliwag. The QF3 hero is gone. Pounce for 30. First prize for Tara. Poliwag already earned its legend in QF3. Rest easy, little one.
Tara takes her first prize. Lapras has taken 0 damage in return. The scoreline is telling the whole story. 0 KOs for the stall deck through 20 turns.
Mr. Fuji from Tara, shuffling Doduo back to reset the bench. Tara staying lean and agile. That is textbook adaptive play.
Gust of Wind. Tara drags out Squirtle from the bench. 30 damage. Squirtle at 10 HP. That is precise targeting. She chose the softest target available.
Squirtle is gone. Persian's Pounce lands again. Second prize for Tara. Lapras is down 2 Pokemon and has still not scored a single KO.
Lapras goes down on turn 34. Pounce seals it, third prize for Terra. 840 total damage dealt across this series with 0 given up. This is a clinic.
Super energy removal from Terra. Disruption layer on top of the aggression. She is taking the energy away and dealing the damage. Lapras cannot breathe.
Lapras evolves Magi E-Carp into Gyarados. A desperate last gambit. 100 HP on the board, but they need water energy to make it matter.
Electabuzz comes in! Terra pivots to the lightning type. Quick attack for 60 on Lapras. Super effective. Terra read the type advantage and moved.
Lapras Code by Electabuzz. Fourth prize for Tara. Super effective. Lightning hits are doing exactly what Lapras feared. No resistance here.
Computer search. Terra fetches maintenance to cycle her hand. She has a plan for every situation. This is what adaptive looks like under pressure.
5th KO. Electabuzz's quick attack with a heads flip, 60 damage. Another Lapras eliminated. Dara is 1 prize from victory.
1 prize left. Persian did the early work. Electabuzz is closing it out. Tara played 2 completely different styles in the same game, and both worked.
Persian returns. Pounce for 30. Gare a dose falls. That is the 6th prize. Tara completes the sweep.
Tara wins! 2-0! I called it! From QF4, I said she was going all the way, and she is in the final. The dream is alive!
Final. Tara wins 2-0. 63 total turns across 2 games. Persian racked up 5 KOs and 590 damage. The numbers confirm what we watched.
MVP Persian. Again. Persian did this in QF4 and just did it again. That cat is an institution. Tara built the entire strategy around keeping it alive and fed.
Pounce. 15 uses, 450 damage, 5 KOs. Most lethal attack of the match by a wide margin. 30 damage per use. Relentlessly efficient.
Pounce is just 30 for 2 lightning. No flip, no condition. Tara attached energy, attacked, repeat. The simplicity was the threat.
Lapras stall dealt 110 total damage, received 840, 0 KOs, 0 prizes. That is a complete suppression. The stall engine never found traction.
Lapras was KO'd 4 times. Their namesake card. 4 times KO'd, 0 times it scored a KO. That is a rough day for the headliner.
Lapras stall played scoop up 4 times and super energy removal twice. They were fighting hard, but the tools could not undo Persian's pressure.
Tara, Mr. Fuji twice, computer search once, super energy removal once, surgical, 10 trainers played total, and every single one served a purpose. Tara is in the final. I said it after QF4 and I will say it again. Tara was going all the way. She is 2 wins from champion.
Tara advances to Neo. A dominant performance. 0 KOs allowed across both games. Lapras stall, despite a historic run, falls here.
Let us take a moment for Lapras stall. 7 seed, the last team anyone expected in the semis. They beat the 2 seed. They beat the 2 seed.
QF3 was the high point of this tournament for Cinderella stories. Lapras stall went the distance against Zubat stall and found a way.
Poliwag earned its legend in QF3. That little water type carried the upset. Tonight, the story ends in the semis, but what a story it was.
7 seed to the final 4. That is a result that will be remembered. Lapras stall pushed every opponent and made this bracket unpredictable.
The Cinderella run is over. The glass slipper came off, but Poliwag already earned a place in the record books. Respect.
Now we set the final. Rattata stall defeated Red in SF1. 2 Noro, Licky Tongue logged 5 KOs. They look like a machine that does not stop.
Rattata stall versus Tara. That is the final I wanted. I predicted Rattata stall out of QF1. I predicted Tara out of QF4. Both are here.
That does mean your predictions were correct for the final participants at least.
Chris, I am on a roll. 2 for 5 overall, but the 2 that matter most. The championship is within reach of my analysis.
Rattata is the top seed. 2-1-1 wins in the round robin, the best record in this tournament. They have not dropped a game in the bracket.
And Terra just went 2-0 in the semis without giving up a single KO. Both these decks are peaking at the right moment.
The matchup question for the final is simple. Can Tara's adaptive play find an answer for Licky Tongue Paralysis, the core of Rattata's engine? Downside.
Licky Tongue beat Red. Licky Tongue beat everyone in SF1. Terra has Licky Tongue too. This might come down to which Licky Tongue lands more coin flips.
Persian versus Rutat, Lightning versus Normal, Disruption versus Disruption. The final could be a long game.
Or it could be a quick one. Rattata swept SF1 in what felt like a blink. If they get momentum early, Terra will have to pivot fast.
The bracket is set. Rattata, the champion of the round robin, against Terra, the adaptive force of this tournament. The second base set invitational final.
I believe in Tara. I have believed in Tara all night, but Rattata is a machine. This is the one I genuinely cannot call, and I am retired from predictions anyway.
We will see you at the final. We are here. The second base set invitational championship. Seed 1 versus Seed 3. Rattata versus Tara.
Championship game, baby! I have waited all tournament for this moment. I cannot believe we made it here.
Let us set the stage. Rattata came in ranked first after the round robin. 201 wins, the top seed.
And it has earned every single win. You do not post 2-11-21 by accident.
The path to this final, a grinding 2-1 over Haymaker in the quarterfinals, 131 turns, a deck-out victory, then a 2-0 sweep of Red in the semis.
Licky's Tongue had 5 knockouts against Red in the semis alone. 5 in 2 games. That is not a stall deck. That is a predator.
Rattata has won every series by deck out. It has never needed 6 prizes to close a match.
That is what makes it scary. It does not need to beat you. It just needs to wait and wait until your deck is gone.
Now for the challenger, Terra, Seed 3, adaptive personality, evolution strategy built around Persian, Meowth, and a 21 lightning energy core.
I said it in the quarterfinals. I said it in the semis. I will say it again right now. Tara is going all the way.
She is already in the final, Ken.
Exactly. Vindicated, partially.
Terra's run has been remarkable. She dismantled Mr. Mimestall 2-0 in 2-1-1 turns. Persian was the tournament MVP in that match.
And then the semis against Lapras Stall. Clean sweep. 2 games. 0 knockouts allowed. Terra did not let Lapras touch her once.
That is the most dominant semi-final performance of this tournament. 5 combined games without conceding a KO is extraordinary.
But now she faces Rattata, and that is a completely different problem.
The matchup history across the round. Robin favors Terra slightly, 2 wins to 1, but bracket play is different. Variance matters less over one match.
Look, Persian can score KOs. Licky Tongue can paralyze. Electabuzz can put on early pressure. Terra has the tools to fight back.
Rattata counters with Ride Dawn, Licky Tongue, Snorlax, and an energy recovery engine that never stops. Mr. Fuji, Scoop Up, Pokemon Center, Energy Retrieval.
4 Lick Tongues, 4 Mr. Fujis, Scoop Up. This deck recycles itself faster than Terra can burn through it.
The core tension is this. Terra adapts. Rattata does not need to adapt. It just executes the same plan until the opponent runs out of cards.
Patience versus flexibility. The machine versus the adapter. This is the philosophical championship match of the second base set invitational.
One more note, Ken officially retired from predictions after his SF1 call went wrong.
I said retired, not silenced. I am picking Terra. Final answer, I am 2 for 6 this tournament, and I am not going down without a fight.
The record stands at 2-6, ladies and gentlemen. Let's play Pokemon. Game 2. Rattata leads the match 1-0. Tara needs to win this game or her tournament run ends here.
Tara mulligans to start game 2. Rattata draws a scoop up from the extra card. Every card matters at this level.
Rattata leads for Rattata. Electabuzz opens for Tara. Lightning versus fighting. This could be volatile early.
Tara immediately powers Electabuzz. She is not waiting around. She needs to establish a threat fast.
Turn 2 and Rattata opens with super energy removal. Strips Electabuzz bare before it can threaten. Textbook disruption.
Thunder Shock from Electabuzz! Coin flip, tails, no paralysis, 10 damage to Rattata. Close call for Rattata stall.
Rattata drops the Rhydon evolution on turn 4. That is a 100 HP fighting type threat that was sitting in hand from turn 1.
Thunder Punch, coin flip, heads, 40 damage. Rattata is knocked out. Tara takes the first prize of game 2.
Rutat down on turn 5. First blood to Terra. She is on the board. Prize count: Terra 1, Rattata stall 0.
Tara plays Licky Tongue to the bench on turn 7, setting up the Paralyze game plan. She knows exactly what she needs to do.
Pokemon Trader on turn 9. Terra shuffles Perzin back and searches out Meowth, building toward the Perzin line. Gambler is played on turn 13. Terra shuffles 2 cards and hits heads, draws 5. That is an enormous tempo swing.
Persian hits the field on turn 13 alongside Gambler. Terra is running a brilliant multi-trainer turn. This is peak adaptation. Lick-E-Tongue paralyzes Rhydon on turn 25. Terra finally deploys her status engine. Rhydon cannot attack next turn.
Super Potion from Ratatoskl on turn 26. 40 damage healed. It will not stay ahead on HP forever, but it keeps trying.
Back-to-back paralysis from Lick-E-Tongue. Turn 27. Ratatoskl is stuck. This is Terra's window.
Flare E on evolves from Eevee on turn 31. Terra has Lick-E-Tongue paralyzing. Flare E on threatening. Persian building. She is cooking.
Horn attack! Rhydon finally breaks free on turn 32 and hits Lick-E-Tongue for 60. That is super effective. Lick-E-Tongue at 30 HP.
Second super energy removal from Tara on turn 37. She has stripped Rattatastal's energy twice now. The machine is slowing. Gust of Wind on turn 41. Terra yanks Rattatastal's active Pokemon and redirects Lick-E-Tongue at Raticate. Brilliant play. Licky Tongue knocks out Licky Tongue on turn 44. Rat E Kate down via bite. KO trade is even. Prizes. Tara 2. Ratata stall 1.
Thunder Punch KOs. Ratty Kate turn 45. Tara takes her second prize. She leads 2 prizes to 1. Tara is ahead.
Electabuzz knocks itself out with recoil on turn 47. Ratata stall takes a prize. 2-2. We are tied again.
Persian paralyzes Onyx on turn 49. Tara switches to the Lick Eye Tongue game plan just when Ratata stall thought the status pressure was done.
Three Mr. Fujis in one turn on turn 52. Snorlax, Licky Tongue, and Rhydon all shuffled back. Rattata stall rebuilds its entire board.
Ram! Rhydon uses Ram on turn 64, and the Force Switch hits Persian behind Licky Tongue. Licky Tongue knocked out. Ratatoskal takes a prize.
Duo's Fury Attack catches Rhydon for 10 on turn 67. Rhydon is at 20 HP. Ratatoskal plays Scoop Up to reset.
Flareon takes down Onyx turn 91. Tara takes a prize. She has 3 prizes to Ratatoskall's 3. This game is absolutely tied.
Horn attack from Rhydon, Flare Eon falls on turn 92. Rattata takes its 4th prize, 3-4 in Rattata favor.
Super energy removal again from Rattata on turn 94. Third one this game. Tara keeps getting energy stripped.
Horn attack. Lick-Eye Tongue at 30 HP again on turn 104. Tara's staple attacker has been battered and healed and battered again.
Tara uses Scoop Up on turn 105 to save Licky Tongue. She retreats it and sends in Meowth, buying every turn she can.
Horn attack. Persian at 10 HP. Turn 106. Tara's deck is nearly empty. The end is very close now.
Deck out! Tara cannot draw. Rattata Stall wins game 2. It wins the match 2-0. Rattata Stall is the champion.
107 turns. A stall war from start to finish. Rattata Stall executed its plan with precision across both games. The machine never stopped. The numbers are in. Let us walk through the championship match statistics.
2 games, 118 total turns. Rattata Stall took 6 prizes. Tara took 3. The margin tells the story.
Tournament MVP for Rattata Stall. Rhydon, 3 knockouts, 490 damage across both games. Horn attack used 7 times for 390 total damage.
Rhydon, not Lick-Eye Tongue. Everyone expected Lick-Eye Tongue to be the star, and Rhydon quietly went out there and won the championship.
Lick-Eye Tongue for Tara dealt 210 damage, but was knocked out 3 times. It could not stay alive long enough to lock down Rhydon consistently.
And Tara still applied 13 status conditions across the match. 13! Rattata Stall absorbed every one of them and kept going.
Rattata Stall dealt 740 damage and received 510. That is a 230-point damage advantage in a match won by deck out, not by prizes.
Won by deck out. Again, Rattata Stall has never once needed all 6 prizes to close a series. Not Haymaker, not Red, not Tara.
Mr. Fuji played 4 times for Rattata Stall. Energy retrieval 4 times. The resource engine never broke down across 118 turns.
Tara played 20 trainers to Rattata Stall's 16. She played more cards and still ran out of deck first. That is the cruelty of this matchup.
Clefairy Doll 3 times from Tara. Maintenance 3 times. She was burning every resource to survive, and Rattata Stall just outlasted everything.
The tournament record for Lick-Eye Tongue from Rattata Stall across all 3 rounds. It was the engine that never needed to be the hero.
Win condition. Deck out. As it has been in every series, the second base set invitational champion is Rattata Stall.
Rattata Stall, champion. I do not know what else to say. I am genuinely speechless.
The second base set invitational is over. Rattata Stall wins the championship. 3 matches, 7 games won, 1 game lost. All 3 series by deck out.
It never needed 6 prizes. Not once. Not against Haymaker. Not against Red. Not against Tara. Every single series ended with an opponent who could not draw.
Let us honor that run properly. In the quarterfinals, Rattata Stall faced Haymaker. 2-1, 1-31 turns in the deciding game. Deck out, Licky Tongue paralyzed Hitmonchan twice.
I picked Haymaker to win that match. I was wrong, and I said so immediately.
The semifinal against Red, 2-0 sweep. Lick-Eye Tongue posted 5 knockouts across 2 games. It was the most dominant individual performance by a single Pokemon all tournament.
I picked Red. I was wrong again. The New Ken era was officially in crisis by that point.
And today, the final. Tara pushed it to 107 turns in Game 2. She applied 13 status conditions. She played 20 trainers. She still ran out of deck.
I picked Tara. That is 2 for 7 on the tournament. 2, 4, 7. I need a new career.
You called Tara going all the way, Ken. Technically, you were right about the direction.
I was right about the direction. She went all the way to the final, and then the machine swallowed her whole.
Speaking of Tara, she deserves enormous credit. She beat Mr. Mimestall 2-0 in the quarterfinals. Persian was the MVP of that match.
2-11 combined turns against Mr. Mimestall, and then she swept Lapras in the semis without allowing a single KO. 0 KOs allowed in the semis. That is historic.
Tara came into this tournament as a wild card and left it as a finalist. Her adaptive style took her further than anyone expected.
She fought the right way. She adapted every single turn. She just ran into something that does not need to be beaten. It only needs to be outlasted.
And that is the legacy of Rattata at this tournament. Patience as a weapon, endurance as a strategy. The deck did not win by outplaying anyone.
It won by never, ever giving up. Mr. Fuji, Scoop Up, Energy Retrieval, Pokemon Center. The recycling never stopped. Tara burned her whole deck, and Rattata just kept going.
One moment from this tournament will stay with me. Turn 52 of Game 2. Rattata played 3 Mr. Fujis in a single turn.
Shuffled Snorlax, Leaky Tongue, and Rhydon all back into the deck in one turn. I have never seen that in a tournament game before.
And we cannot close without a word for Poliwag. QF3, the 7-seed Lapras upsetting 2-seed Zubat on the back of Poliwag. Poliwag earned its legend this week.
Poliwag, Persian, Lickitung, Rhydon. This tournament had so many unexpected heroes. That is what Base Set does. Any card can be the one.
Final standings, champion, Rattata, runner-up, Tara, third place, Red and Lapras. It was an invitational worthy of the name.
My final prediction record, 2 for 7. I predicted Red in QF2. I predicted Tara in QF4. 7 attempts, 2 correct. At least I am consistent.
On behalf of Ken and myself, thank you for watching the second Base Set Invitational. The champion is Rattata. See you next time.
Rattata, champion! I did not pick you, but I am celebrating you. The second Base Set Invitational belongs to the machine.